thank the Maker. We need help. They attacked the wagon. Please help us. Follow me. I'll take you to them.
As you say.
Speak.
I would wake up dead, or not wake up at all, as the case may be. But I see you haven't killed me yet. Ah, so it's questions you have for me, is it? Well, I do enjoy a good... My name is Zevran. Zev to my friends. I am a member of the Antivan Crows, brought here for the sole purpose of slaying any surviving Grey Wardens, which I have failed at, sadly. An order of assassins, of course, out of Antiva. I suppose you wouldn't hear much of them out here, but... Oh, fine. Is that what you Fereldans do? Mock your prisoners? Not precisely. I was in the neighborhood when the offer came. A rather taciturn fellow in the capital. I have no idea what his issues are with you. The usual, I imagine. Beyond that, no, I am not loyal to him. I was contracted to perform a service. Oh, well, that's between Loghain and the Crows, and between the Crows and myself. Isn't that what we're establishing now? I wasn't. If I had succeeded, I would have returned home and the Crows would have been... If I had failed, I would be dead. Or I should be, at least, as far as the Crows are concerned. What can I say? Although the chances of succeeding at this point seem a bit slim, don't they? I wasn't paid anything. Which does make me about as poor as a chantry mouse, come to think of it. Being an Antivan Crow... Well, aside from a distinct lack of ambition, But don't let my sad story influence you. The crows aren't so bad. Though the whole severance package is garbage, let me tell you. If you're considering joining, I'd really think twice about it. Why not? I wasn't paid for silence. Not that I offered it for sale, precisely. Oh, very true. Thus, there's no reason for me not to tell you everything, is there? As it is, if you're done with the interrogation, I have a proposal for you, if you're of a mind. Very well. Ask, and thou... Then, unless you're quite stuck on cutting my throat or something equally gruesome, perhaps you'd care to hear a proposal. Well, here's the thing. I failed to kill you. Thing is, I like living. And you obviously are the sort to give the... I happen to be a very loyal person. That's not a fault, really, is it? I mean, unless you're the sort who would do the same thing, in which case I don't come very well recommended, I suppose. To be completely honest, I was never given much of it. I think I paid my worth back to them plus tenfold. The only way out, however, is to sign up with someone they can't touch. Even if I did kill you now, they might just kill me on principle for failing the first time. Honestly, possibly. I happen to know their wily ways, however. I can protect myself as well as you. And if not, well, it's not as if I had many alternatives to start with, is it? I think you're royally tough to... That was a joke. Let me rephrase that. I'm hoping that you're the sort of fellow that takes a chance every now and again. Yes? Well, let's see. Being allowed to live... And somewhere down the line, if you should decide that you no longer have need of me, then I go on my way. Until then, I'm yours. Why? Because I could also warn you should the Antivan Crows attempt something more... I also know a great many jokes. 12 massage techniques, 6 different card games. I do wonderful at parties, no?
We're taking the elf? Oh, fine. Fine. I see Stan.
I see. Are we now supposed to engage in some manner of archetypal dwarf?
Nah.
I hereby pledge my oath of loyalty to you until such a time as you choose to release me from it. I am your man, without reservation. This I swear.
It is begun. It shall be done.
You and your friends... I'm... You and your...
If there's...
Are you...
Enchant... En... Enchant...
It speaks.
Yes? Something you need? Yes?
Here I am. Oh, this should be good. Go. Well, the crows would have you believe that it is an involved... Survive that process and maybe, just maybe, you're good. But quite frankly, the truth is that all it requires is a desire to kill people for a living. It's surprising how well one can do in such a field. Now, it need not be thought of so crudely. An assassin simply specializes in striking from... Debilitate your foe, either by poison or by crippling their limbs, makes any follow-up combat you need to engage in that much simpler. See? Getting paid for... Of course, the crows like to pretend that they're a bit... So let's just... Here I... I swore to the crows that the things they taught me were to remain a secret. And while, yes, they are already angry at me, I'd rather not push things, you see. You need to learn the arts of the crows in order to slay Darkspawn, do you? You seem to be doing fine as it is. If you are truly insistent, well... Here I am. I'm still thinking about it. Here I am. Oh, this should be good. Well now, I imagine that's a very... I was simply never given the opportunity to choose another way. So, if that choice presents itself, why should I not seize upon it? I don't know. I was but a boy of 7 when I was purchased. The crows buy all their assassins that way. Buy them young, raise them to know nothing else but murder. And if you do poorly in your training... Of course, you compete against... In Antiva, being a crow gets you respect. But that does not mean doing what is expected of you always. And it means being expendable. It's a cage, if a gilded cage. Pretty, but I fancy many things. I fancy things that are beautiful, and things that are strong. I fancy things that are dangerous and exciting. Would you be offended if I said I fancied you? Oh, you're speaking serious? I do forget that this is not Antiva City. We are a little more open-minded about such things where I hail from. Is this something that I should beg pardon for? Pleasantly. As for what I'll do in the future, presuming that there is one, it might be interesting to go into business for myself, for a change. Far away from Antiva, of course. For now, naturally, I go where you go. Eventually, can be a very... Come now, enough chit... I'm still... All right, but I get to stare at you luridly while you do so. And why not? You are respected, you are feared. As for the killing part, well, some people simply need assassinating. Or do you disagree? I often find myself the instrument of fate. As far as enjoying the act of killing itself, why not? There is a certain artistry to the deed. The pleasure of... You enjoy getting the blood flowing, whether it is yours or... There are many things I did not enjoy about being a crow, of course. But simply being an assassin, I like it just fine. I will continue to do it if I can, even if I am not a crow. Honestly, could you picture me doing something else? None that I wouldn't get into... Of course, all these thoughts are moot. Chances are still good that... But it is All right, but I get to stare at you luridly while you do so. My adventures? I'm hardly an old man just returned from across the ocean, am I? Should I shake my fist at nearby children while I talk about the good old days? You mean you want to hear about the grueling training? Being locked in an oubliette for weeks at a time? The slavery? The festering injuries? Or are we seeking something more glamorous? Well, that should be... Let's see, my second mission ever for the Crows was a bit intriguing. I was sent to kill a mage who had been meddling in politics. Well, it was just the one mage, not as simple as... As it turned out, the mage in question was quite a delightful young woman. After I killed her guard, she got down on her hands and knees and begged for her life, rather aptly, I might add. So I joined her in the carriage for the night and left the next morning. Yes, but not on... The woman had actually convinced me to speak to the Crows on her behalf. Then, as I was kissing her goodbye to return to Antiva City, she slipped on the threshold and fell backwards out of the carriage. Broke her neck. At first, yes. Well, not upset. Then I found out that she had told the driver to take her to Janellen instead. She had planned to lose me in the... As it was, my master was very impressed that I had done such a fine job of making it look like an accident. The Circle of Magi was unaware of foul play, like being spared by a benevolent mark who then... It was after that when I learned that one needn't let a pretty face go to your head. Professionalism was key. That's my moral of the day, you see. Well, there is you. But I'll point out that you did have to capture me and tie me up first. Now that I've mentioned tying me up in that context. Alright, but I get to again. Well now, what might interest you, I wonder? Shall I describe the stages involved with Lanthrax poison? Haha, you have rather macabre. Let's see, how about the largest battle I ever took part in? That would have been the slaughter of Prince Azrin. Did you hear of that down in these parts? Prince Azrin was fourth in line to the throne. After assassinating his way through the royal family, the king hired 3 other cells to take down Prince Azrin was too... Antivan royalty is very much... This particular fight nearly bankrupted the nation, I understand. It almost ended up putting a crow on the throne, a commoner. But that's a whole different story. I played a very small part. Antiva might seem a bit odd in that way to outsiders. My part in the entire battle was I landed in a river and nearly drowned. I was fished out by some urchins who robbed me blind. Made off with my boots, too. At least they didn't cut. Nothing about this work is glorious. Quite the opposite. If I indulge in a little vice and have sex with whatever... But there you go. Tale told. Alright, but I get to stay. Well, the only one that's really worth telling is the story... But, no, I would rather not. I shouldn't have said anything. Nothing that I would prefer to speak. Alright, but I get... Oh, you wish to know about that? It is a warm place, not cold and harsh like this Ferelden. In Antiva it rains often, but the flowers are always in bloom. Every land has its assassins. Some are I hail from the glorious Antiva city, home to the royal palace. It is a glittering gem amidst the sand. Ah, yes, the city of lava and stone. It too is... You know what is most odd? We speak of my homeland, and for all its wine and its dark-haired beauties and the lilo flutes of the minstrels, I miss the leather the most. It may as well be. I mean the smell. For years, I grew accustomed to the stench, even though the humans complained of it constantly. To this day, the smell of fresh leather is what reminds me most of home more than anything else. Ah, but it's not Antivan leather, is it? I do not know. Before I left, I was tempted to spend what little... I thought, Zevran, you can buy them when you return as a reward for a job well done. More the fool I, no? Indeed. One simply never knows what is to come next. How could I have suspected I would end up defeated by a handsome Grey Warden? A man who then spares my life? I could not. Perhaps that was a poor choice of words. True, though it is. Do you object? And glad I... Now, if it is all the same to you, I would prefer not to speak more of Antiva. It makes me wistful. Alright, but... Oh, this should be good. What would you like to discuss?
Yes? Something you... Yes?
We're in camp, so 'tis as good a time as any. Perhaps? Shall I consult my I am to be indulged. I say not. You are denied. Another time, my sweet. We are in camp. Come now. You'll make Alistair blush.
You and your friends are formidable.
I shall treasure. You have excellent taste.
Oh, how dear. Yes? Yes?
You and your... I'm... You're a hard man to find. Where are my manners? Did Duncan ever mention me? Levy of the coins? Levy the trader? Really? He never told you of old Levy? But here I am carrying on while you have a blight to stop. But you see, Duncan promised that... But poor Duncan's... Well, no more. A tragedy it is, at that. But I know he would want his work carried on. My family... Well, past a bit... My great-great-grandmother, Sophia Dryden, was the last Warden commander of Ferelden back when the war... So King Arland banished the Wardens, and he took House Dryden's land and titles. And then some. Not much. After King Arland died, there was a civil... And our family was on the run, hunted by enemies, with nary... But Drydens are tough. We rebuilt, became merchants, and we never lost our pride. I asked for the truth. My family... We know she died at the old Grey Warden base, Soldier's Peak. We want evidence to... It won't restore our land or our titles, but it'll restore our honour. Well, no one's been to Soldier's Peak since Arland's days. At least none that... I spent years mapping the maze of tunnels to the peak. So I went to Duncan, I did. And I said that he could reclaim the old base and my family could have its honour. Soldier's Peak has strategic and symbolic importance. He also hoped to recover lost Warden history and perhaps a few old relics. No one knows what's up there now. Darkspawn surfaced in southern Ferelden, and Duncan got plenty busy recruiting new Wardens and meeting with... Duncan said he would help after the Battle of Ostergar. Said there might be useful things, but he never had the chance. I can pick my way through the tunnel. But the place, well, they say... Will you think on it, at least? I'll mark down the location on your map. And here we are. Soldier's Peak. Maker's breath. Look at the size of her. What a fortress. I told you the map would get us through the tunnels. It's just teeming with... So, this place has the stench of death.
All right. Again? I'm game. Go on.
Bah. There's more up ahead.
Fall back! Fall back already!
Taking the peak will not be easy, my lord.
I gave the Wardens one chance to die with honor. Instead, they hole up like cowards. We follow the King's advice, then. Starve them out.
But the peak has months of supplies.
Then we wait. When they are too weak to lift their weapons, we will send them to their final judgment.
What was that? Felt a bit woozy there. I'm not mad, am I? You saw it too? How's that possible? This place truly is haunted. Yes, Warden. There's more up ahead. There's more up ahead.
The men's morale is low. My spells are of no use in this matter, Commander.
There is more to leading men than sorcery, Avernus. I will remind them that they're wardens. Men, I won't lie to you. The situation is grim. Our forces outnumbered, our bellies empty, and our hearts are sagging. But we are wardens! Darkspawn flee when they hear our horns. Archdemons die when they taste our blades. So are we to bend knee to a mere human despot? No! I, for one, will never give up! I, for one, will never surrender just to dance on Arlen's gallows. So I propose here and now, in these hallowed halls where generations of our brethren stood vigil against darkspawn and evil, that we send a message to that fat bastard. In this sacred place, proud men, strong men stood defiant, and would rather die than submit to tyranny.
So brave, even when starving, and my great-great-grandmother stood with them. Everyone knows they were banished. King Ard, but I've gabbed enough. Don't worry, I won't be under fire.
It has begun.
Don't worry, I won't be underfoot.
It shall be done.
Don't worry, I won't be underfoot.
The door won't hold, Archivist.
Almost done. The truth must be told.
What does it matter? We're dead.
Our grand rebellion so close. And to die here, a stillbirth.
We never should have done it. Wardens aren't supposed to oppose kings and princes.
Should we stand idly by?
Another one. Rebellion? What's this about a rebellion? If only the book weren't burned. But Sophia must have had her reasons. Some injustices just can't be ignored. How's that different from what you're doing with Dain Logain? You lead a harder... The further we go, the more questions I have. The further we... questions I have. I hope there's art.
Acolytes, retreat now. The battle is lost.
Avernus!
What just happened? Oh no, more fighting.
I am on!
The Warden summoned demons. Can't believe it. She knew. I believed that my family... But my own grandmother consorted with demons. That's a hard one to accept. My own grandmother consorted with demons. That's a hard one to accept.
I will help however I can. Very well. Shall be done.
Step no further! Get this annoyance away from me! This one would speak with you. Because this peak is this one is the Dryden, Commander, Sophia.
Grandmother?
You have slain many of the demons. This one would propose a deal.
That, or she's really let herself go. My great-great-grandmother is dead. I don't know what that is.
This one has tasted her memories, seen her, but she is food for this one. No more, no less. What is one woman child compared to your A fool this one would be to betray the Warden.
I find it puzzling that you would consort.
The humans are capable of far greater evil than this one or its kind, Gollum. The Soldier's Peak traps me. This one sees so many tantalizing places in the Dryden's memories. This one would see the world herself. For me to be free, into the Old Mage Tower you go and destroy. In return, this one seals the veil. No more demons, no more enemies. Your peak would be safe. Just let this one go into the world. This one knows all, but will only talk after the tower lies broken. This one will roam, but without me, the veil will grow weaker. More demons, more misery. You choose just one of my kind, or many. The magics, all moving things, the very stone. Something inside keeps my kind locked away. Yes.
Warden, my family's been looking for answers for over... but not like this. I'll support your decision.
Agreed. Any questions Levy has of the Dryden will be answered. You only must destroy. For your purpose, there is nothing more you need. The Levy gets his questions answered. You get nothing more. Good, good. Nothing must live.
You're not really planning on helping Sophia, are you? She's possessed. You're not really planning on helping
This
Sophia,
one is waiting, Warden!
She's possessed.
Break the tower! This one is waiting, Warden! Break the tower!
Planning on helping Sophia, are you? She's possessed.
Day 32. The subject is not responding to Day 82. Day 97. Energy and... But there are no more subjects left. If only I had one more, or a dozen. The things I could do. I hear you. Don't disrupt my concentration. Even now, the demons seek to replenish their numbers. Are you to thank for this welcomed but temporary imbalance? Only just. Why are you here? What is your intent? Agreed. This must be the first priority. The only priority. An admirable goal. But in order to achieve this, the demons must be... They were necessary. Any tool... As a warden, you should know that. A combination of my... But even without that, who else would brave Soldier's Peak?
But the Magus is a warden as well. Is he not?
Your golem is astute. You should be helping me, not his... There is a precise mystical balance here. And you would kill me now? Your narrow-minded actions would ensure... To what questions, I wonder? Ask. The Chantry foolishly forbids blood magic. As my body decayed, I found ways to extend it. But that can only go so far. What use would storytelling serve? The time... Sophia's corpse may walk and talk. But he ruled with fear and poison. We thought him a monster. But the toll of years has erased our failure, hasn't it? Too many mouths to quiet. So we met with Tyrn Kuzland. With him on our side, we had a chance. Instead, the King's Guard ambushed us. Commander Dryden and I barely escaped. Of course, tonight, Sophia should have let me nudge harder. Her scruples were her undoing. Perhaps, for months, I prepared this. That moment was a triumph of demonic law. But, with so many variables, I suppose, calculation errors were inevitable. I was so close. My only regret is that it failed, and that I never had a chance to make Ireland pay. She gave the order. I would have summoned. Only under Wardens can true a chance to rediscover the secrets of ancient Tevinter. Chantry lies told to subjugate the mages, to keep them docile. And how do you know they are right? Their faith would have you swallow a great deal for small comfort. Let me undo my... Then I will accept whatever justice you... So, if justice or vengeance drive you, stay your hand until the demons are dealt with. You are wise not to trust her. We must go to the Great Hall. There, I will repair the damage. There will be peril. The demons will... We must hurry.
I've a feeling terrible things were done in here. I've a feeling terrible things were done in here.
As you say.
We must...
At your service.
He lives! You were supposed to kill him!
Ah, the architect of my downfall. So clever. And what?
Treacherous wardens, at every turn! This one will crush you! This one is Avernus. How does it...
Warden, I beg you, no. A demon... Have you learned nothing from my lessons?
You have unraveled yourself, mageling.
I'm finished hiding. After these long, bitter years...
This one will give you the end you crave. This one will taste the Magus's innards. The maelstrom has subsided. The Magus's web is destroyed. This one remembers the deal. Come, follow. Gossamer strands only stand between this world and home. Feel it? So deliciously weak here, so frail. The entire world should be as such. But this one will feed the veil, make it strong. My brethren will not make it easy. Are you ready? Then we begin. it is done. This one has kept its word. Now this one will go. There is much to do. Ask you.
Grandmother, Sophia, she knew about the blood magic then?
Yes, she did. Avernus was powerful, useful. It suited her ambitions.
But my grandmother was a hero.
In her own mind, yes. To cast out the tyrant king, cousin Arland was so coy, so devious. Years before she sensed the asp. The old king died without kin, and the Dryden sought to don. But the boy Arland was thought pliable by those in power. The Dryden, powerful, charismatic, insightful, and ignored. They gave her a choice. She bided her time. The boy king Arland spread terror, spread death, and the Dryden. But Arland's spies were too clever. She was discovered, and her.
And you, demon?
When the Avernus deserted her, the Dryden would not. Fierce pride, lovely, delicious terror, and so she does.
Do you have any proof of this?
Poor ilk of this body. This one has nothing. Only words lost in the. Our business is at an end. What? This one will grind your bones in my teeth.
You've done it, Warden. Soldier's Peak is safe again. A good thing you took care of that Avernus. A blood mage. Common folk should never hear of that. Some still distrust wardens, but there was no proof to redeem my family. For so long, I was focused on... But I think I would have been better off had... Enough of that, though. You've got a whole fortress now. I suppose I should stop. I might use the Peak. So many bandits about. Nice place to store trade.
I will miss this place. It was infested with spirits and
Once my family comes, I might have some merchandise you could buy. Might tidy the place up a bit, too. Well, my nephews will.
As you say.
It speaks.
As you say.
Welcome back. As you can see, we've been busy cleaning. Also got some goods stored here that might interest you. Buy them now before my I thought about it, but I figured that it's not even if the truth is our family's belief that we were wronged. It gave us strength to make something of ourselves. King Arlen sounded like Sophia was branded a traitor, but in spite of it all, I think she was a hero. We've a big family. Hard to believe there were undead, demons, and worse around here, right?
Once the Dryden's were strong. We will be again one day. Once the Dryden's were strong. You? Any weapons I make, I will sell you for a discount. I have a family full of traders. I chose to learn the way of metal and stone. Indeed, I learned all I could in human lands. Give me the finest metals and materials, and I can make wonders for you. Warden. Warden. This is star metal. If you give this to me, I will craft for you a thing of legend. Nothing. My family owes you much. And so it shall be. It is done. I call this blade Starfang. May it serve you well. I must rest after my exertions. Warden. Warden. Warden.
It has begun.
Warden. Warden.
Are you
And...
Something...
And... And...
Warden. Warden.
I got a moment, sure. What about... All right.
Yes, yes. Of course.
Oh, very well.
Warden.
What can I do for you, Warden? You and your...
And
You and your...
Yes, yes. Of course.
Warden.
Pigeon crowd.
Thunder Humper.
Indeed.
Indeed.
That is rather wily of you, Zevran.
What is so wily of me, oh magical temptress?
Getting in the good graces of the one who decides whether you live or die. Not to mention the one who can protect you against your former comrades.
And I am supposed to believe you are here out of a sense of patriotism, perhaps?
Hardly that.
We all have our reasons for doing what we do. Mine happen to come with a set of How long were you in that cloister, my dear woman?
Just over 2 years. Why do you ask?
And all the brothers and sisters there, they had taken vows?
Most of them, yes.
For 2 years, you had no contact with anyone but men and women who are promised to some uncaring god?
What are you getting at?
Didn't you desire companionship during those 2 years? 2 years! The very thought makes me weak.
My time in the cloister was a time of contemplation. I occupied myself with thoughts of the Maker and other worthy pursuits. But like I said, most of the brothers and sisters had taken vows. Not all of them. Some were just affirmed, like me.
Aha! That is not so bad then.
Nothing happened, Zevran. It would not be right to engage in that behavior in a house devoted to the Maker.
Why? The Maker made us who we are. He made our urges. He gave us these parts. You think he made them for looks? I see your friendship with the Grey Warden is going very well.
As is yours.
Ah, then you know.
I am not a fool, if you thought me one.
I do not think you a fool, my lovely woman. We're not so dissimilar after all. I know what you are doing.
And what is it that you think I am doing? Besides the Grey Warden, that is.
Biding your time, naturally. But for what, I wonder?
Why don't you ask him if you're so curious?
I doubt that he even knows. I am content to wait and see for myself, however.
Then don't bring it up again.
Your mother is supposedly the one called Flemeth, the very witch from legend. Is that not true?
There is nothing supposed about it. Flemeth is my mother.
I was more doubtful of the legend rather than your relationship to this woman. Anyone can claim a name, after all.
You're welcome to ask her if you ever meet her. You're just her type.
Oh, elven and handsome?
The sort that will never be missed.
Sounds intriguing if you ask me.
You assassin types have a death wish, I see.
Only the really good ones. So, if the legend of your mother... does that mean that the legends of her many daughters are as well?
To be honest, I have no idea. I've never met any sister of mine, nor has my mother spoken of any.
But it could be true, yes? If you exist, there could have been others like you.
Long ago, perhaps? Why?
We have legends of witches in Antiva. One that tells of a witch of the wild, traveled far from her home to settle in the Tellery swamps.
And? You thought I might know this woman?
If one legend can be true, why not another? Who knows how many Morrigans are scattered about Thedas,
It's not something I'd like to contemplate.
Oh? You do not appreciate a little competition from a half-sister or two?
Silence, elf. It is none of your concern.
These markings of yours, they have a certain appeal. They remind me of how we used to paint our faces in Orlais.
Ah, but these are not just paint.
Do they mean anything to you, these symbols?
Some do. Some symbols are sacred to the crows. I'm not permitted to tell you what they mean. Others are there to accentuate the lines of the body, its curves and musculature. It is hard to explain with armor and clothing.
But I don't recall seeing many markings on your body.
Ah, no. Of course not. They are not in the places you have yet seen. I can show you if you wish.
No. I think not.
Is this a problem?
Not at all. I'm merely content looking at the markings on your face, that is all.
Have it your way. Should you change your mind?
You'll be the first to know, don't you worry.
Imagine it has been some time for you, Leliana.
Some time for me? I do not know what you mean.
Some time since you last knocked boots, shall we say? You did just come from the cloistered life, no?
Of course it has been some time. There are more important things in life than knocking boots, Severin.
Oh, I'll not argue that. I simply mean that the body has urges. Urges given to us by the Maker. Yours must be considerable after all that time.
That is a very personal question.
Oh, I'll not argue that. I simply mean that the body has urges. Urges given to us by the Maker. Yours must be considerable after all that time.
That's very kind of you. Perhaps I should speak to the Grey Warden for advice on whether or not I should accept your offer.
Adventure has changed you, Leliana.
For the better, I hope.
I shall do it.
So, what is going to keep you from poisoning your target now that you have been allowed to accompany us, I wonder?
You are. You will be watching me ever so closely to make sure I attempt no such thing.
And why would I do such a thing? Sneaking into our good graces in order to make another attempt is what I would do were I you.
And here I was becoming rather fond of the idea of you watching me closely.
It would be a simple enough matter to poison the food in camp, or cut our throats while we sleep.
You seem rather charmed by the idea.
It would seem an appropriate result of sparing your life.
Ah, well, I'm sorry to disappoint you then. The next time I am spared, I will be sure to immediately turn upon my benefactors. Will that do?
Very well.
We have many things in common, Zebran.
Other than our purity and beauty.
We both spent many years in places other than Ferelden. You are an assassin, and I a bard.
Then you were called upon to kill.
Often. I didn't like it, but I did it anyway.
You didn't like it? The thrill of the hunt?
I suppose. I did like that. The hunt. Not the killing.
The killing just signals the end of the hunt. Without it, the chase goes on. You killed your marks cleanly, I hope.
Whenever possible.
Good. When the prey is caught, it deserves a good death. A clean death. Perhaps you are right. We have much in common. Such sinister glares do you a disservice, dear Morrigan. Yours should be a face that smiles.
Do tell.
Has no one told you? Perhaps that is not surprising, considering you have lived such a sheltered life. Were you a woman of the city, you would be accustomed to men showering you with praise and gifts.
I know as much of men as I need to. I know when one is indulging in pointless flattery, for instance.
It is flattery only if I exaggerate the truth to please you. I am but stating a simple fact.
Tell me, does this work on other women?
I think any woman would like to hear the truth of how her beauty affects a man. Do you not?
I think that sort of manure is best reserved for farming.
Ah, one day you will realize that you have wasted your youth and beauty on bitterness and suspicion. Mark my words.
Remind me to bring you along if we go sailing. The hot air will prove useful.
As you say.
Has anyone told you what marvelous eyes you possess, my dear?
Again with the flattery. Pointless exercises.
In Antiva, women are accustomed to being showered with the praise they deserve. Men should worship you at your feet as you pass.
They don't find that incredibly annoying?
They are goddesses receiving their subjects, just as you should be. Whatever would be annoying about that?
I have no wish to be placed upon a pedestal.
But you deserve no less. You should be admired by painters, copied by sculptors, exalted by poets. Surely, you know that yours is a beauty so exotic it would turn the eye of the maker himself.
Well, I suppose
You are a master indeed, Zebran. You win the bet fair and square.
Much obliged, madam.
I hate you all. You do still intend to kill your target, do you not? Is your reputation not on the line?
Are you still on about this woman?
I am led to believe that the crows would never permit such a transgression. They will come after you and in force.
It has come to my attention that the crows are not always successful when pit against the Grey Wardens and their companions.
Perhaps they will send someone competent next time.
You wound me.
I have considered doing far more than that. Trust me.
So what is it exactly that the Sisters of the Chantry do for amusement?
Do they not have sisters in Antiva, Zebran?
Naturally. Yet we are hesitant to speak to the sisters back home. They are Atia Negrano. How do you say it? Pure, not to be spoiled.
And you would spoil them just by speaking to them?
You really have no idea, do you?
I wasn't born in the Chantry, Severin. Sisters, we had many ways to pass the time. Work, for instance, and prayer.
No time for leisure at all?
I was not there for idle pursuits and pleasures, Severin. I was there to contemplate my relationship to the Maker.
And that's it? Sounds bloody boring.
What did you imagine your Antivan sisters did exactly?
Well, in Antiva, the Chantries make much of the wine, so I suppose I assumed they drank it?
I doubt that very much.
And there goes one childhood dream. To think I once longed to be a brother.
So you do not fear the crows at all?
I think of it more as my desire to leave them far exceeds the fear I possess of them.
You think the Grey Wardens will give you safe harbor once all this is done? Surely you are not so naive.
I am willing to take my chances.
And if you are wrong?
Then I will be dead. One does not do what I do and fear death so very greatly.
There are fates worse than death.
And one of them is being unable to choose which master you serve. Trust me, my dear, I am well pleased with my current direction.
Blood and death.
We are hardly alone, so... And you wish to do this?
Such a display.
And suddenly I want to do nothing more.
Blast and damnation.
We have dogs in Antiva. They run in the streets and eat garbage. It's true. They're treated as vermin mostly. Not like here in Ferelden. You're rather lucky to live here, you know. Indeed. Here they make statues of dogs. They carve you into their thrones and put armor on you. Amazing, really. But you still smell like a dog. In fact, you smell like several dogs. Yes, well, ignorance is bliss, I suppose. I noticed some dog drool in my pack this morning. Not that I like to make accusations, and I even appreciate the artistry behind a good burgle when I see it, to tell the truth. But... and sloppy. I'll take that as an apology. I'm so glad you're pleased. It really is quite something to find such enthusiasm in one's companions. I agree. Go team. Hurrah!
Yes.
Vashaden.
So tell me of this vision of yours, Leliana.
I'm not certain I wish to discuss my vision with you. You'll make fun of me.
No. Why would I ever do such a thing?
See? There you go. No, I am not speaking to you of it.
Yes. I suppose the Maker would not want you to spread his words. Very well. I'll accept your reproach.
Why do you even wish to know?
Why, to make fun of you, of course.
You are utterly impossible.
On the contrary, I am often told how very easy I am, my dear. So come now, I am serious this time. Tell me of your vision.
Certainly not.
You've told the Grey Wardens of your... By them, and not I.
You said that you intended to make fun of me. You actually said that.
It was funny at the time, but come, surely you can see I'm serious now. I honestly wish to know.
That's too bad. I honestly don't wish to tell you.
Then I suspect you don't even believe in your own vision.
What? That's not true. I do believe in it.
Then you would stand by it, no matter what the consequences.
Do you intend to make fun of me?
Well, yes. I can't help it.
I simply...
I know. Terrible.
Of all the...
Yes. I have noticed that the painted elf seeks the attention of the Grey Warden.
He certainly does.
I watched many such couplings during the time I spent immobile in Honleith. Or I should say I was forced to watch. You do know that this usually ends in reproduction. I've seen it many times, indeed.
I doubt that would be a problem in this particular instance, but who knows? The act of creation is grand fun.
So you say. I have no idea how a golem is created, but I doubt I shall be creating one anytime soon.
Just as well, I imagine. Any lover of yours would no doubt be quickly reduced to a puddle of bruises.
So you see me winning the affection of another golem, do you? Most golems are slaves to whomever holds their control rod.
Funny, it works exactly the same way for us as well.
Wonderful place, full of Antivans.
Hombre, if you want to bet me, you have only to ask.
What? Draw your weapon and say that again.
I jest, my foul-smelling friend. You are only slightly less attractive to me than a slime-filled pool of...
Better be.
You have my oath.
Bloody Antivans.
What exactly are you drinking, my fine dwarven friend?
You can't have any.
Do not worry. The stench is worse than your feet.
What are you doing smelling my feet, huh? Is that some Antivan perversion?
It is difficult not to smell your feet. Perhaps in Antiva.
Now you're beginning to sound like Bronca.
Well, she must have been a dwarf with astoundingly clean feet.
So, here is a question for the Painted Elf.
Painted Elf? Oh, that's me. Oh, I do like that.
Am I to understand correctly that the Painted Elf is a crow?
Not literally, but yes, I am a crow.
As in a bird?
Is there another sort?
So the Painted Elf assaults helpless stat...
If given sufficient cause, why not?
That is outrageous! The Painted Elf will stay away from me, or else.
I get a lot of that.
I would have thought saving the surface would have involved less walking.
Little legs getting tired?
I thought these people had animals, horses and such.
In Orlais, perhaps, but not here. If you like, I could hoist you up on my back.
Hey now, don't start with the...
Yes, climb up, and I'll cart you around like a child. Marvelous fun.
You knife-eared pipe cleaner. You couldn't carry me on your best day.
Perhaps if you left behind the spirits, all the weapons, and lost about 2 feet of beard.
I give up. Just keep walking.
I'm curious. Will the Painted Elf answer a question?
Why not? I appear to have all day.
The Painted Elf attacked the Grey Warden, and yet it still lives. Had the decision been mine, its skull would be pulp right now.
Oh, I don't know. Could you just...
Easily. I fail to see how any measure of attractiveness would make one difficult to crush.
Perhaps you do not know how to look, then. Take a long look at our Grey Warden, my good friend. Right there, we have an object worthy of worship, no? One would have to be blind not to realize how very pretty we all are and how important that is to preserve.
Perhaps there are definitions of blind I have yet to understand.
Hey, Elf. You're all right.
Am I?
I was thinking that you're just all right.
Drunk again, Ogren?
Drunk again, Ogren? You sound like my father. He was all, "You're drunk. Stop wetting on the table."
How dare he?
At least my mom had the good sense to hide the booze from him, so, you know, she could drink where he couldn't see her.
That's heartwarming.
Hey, buddy, let's not go crazy or anything. Keep your pants where I can see them.
I have a question for you, Shen. How does it feel to be a giant statue?
Question. How else would it feel?
Well, let's see. Does it hurt? Do you feel like you've been buried under a pile of rock? Or do you feel nothing at all?
I have nothing to compare it to. How does it feel to be considered an inferior race when compared to others who are just as soft and weak as you?
Fine.
How very fragile it must be. One touch and its kind crumples, spilling liquid everywhere. No wonder they clad themselves in metal.
It takes more than just a touch, I'm sure.
I feel very solid and immortal. No putrid liquids to squirt out of me. Oh, no.
Now that you mention it, I suddenly rather feel like a delicate mushroom.
Pigeon crap.
Thunder Humper.
Yes.
So those designs you have all over your back?
They're called tattoos, and I have them in many more places than just on my back, my friend.
Right. I hear that someone gets those by having needles put the ink under your skin.
A great many needles, amongst other things, yes. That would be true.
Didn't that hurt?
Oh, yes. But it is not so bad, in truth. If you like, I could give you one. I learned a bit of the art myself in Antiva.
Oh, no, I don't think so.
Come, it will just be a small one. Perhaps the symbol of the Grey Wardens. Something manly. Where are my needles?
Maybe some other time. I'm going to go stand over here now. The stories we hear down here about the crows, they're not true, are they? They all sound a little far-fetched.
I cannot say. What have you heard? Ferelden men cannot sleep without a dog in their bed. Is that true?
A dog? No, of course not. We value our dogs. It's part of our history.
Oh, perhaps it was simply a reference to your Ferelden women, then.
Well, now that you mention it...
But those stories you heard? All true.
Really? Even the ones that talk about how you all... you know, get paid to...
Especially those ones.
Wow. I am totally in the wrong order.
As you say.
So, are you a very religious man, Alistair? I'm curious. I believe I heard you say you were raised in an abbey.
I was raised in a castle. I was schooled in the abbey. As far as being religious, I don't know. Not especially. What about you? Not in your line of work, I expect.
Why do you say that? I happen to be quite devoted in my way, as most Antivans are.
Truly? But you kill people. For money.
And I ask forgiveness for my sins from the Maker every chance I get. What manner of monster do you think I am?
But you ask forgiveness and then you go right on with your sinning.
The Maker has never objected. Why should you?
I have no idea.
Well, there you go. Perhaps you ought to think about asking for a little forgiveness yourself, huh?
They should round up anyone speaking against the Queen and arrest them, they should.
Well, they're not speaking against the Queen so much as against her father. Terran Logain is treating free men like they're his servants, I hear.
We got a horde of darkspawn sitting on our doorstep, don't we? Maybe now isn't the time to go picking nits.
You don't have to tell me. I'm just saying them fellows probably got their reasons is all.
Yes, yes.
Warden?
something... I'm...
Warden?
Uh-huh. It calls.
Why, bless my soul. What's a distinguished personage like yourself doing here? A mage? Me? That'll be the day, I tell. I'm the ferryman. Leastwise, I used to be. Poor old Kester. I don't got a clue. Gregor just came down and said, "Don't you worry, Kester, we got it all under control." And then he puts Carol in charge of my boat. Lissy, named for my grandmum she was. He's Knight Commander of the Templars up in the tower. Good man. I told you, they didn't tell me nothing. If I had to guess, I'd guess it had to do with magic, but the tower's always got something to do with magic. Do I look like a Templar? A mage? Why would they tell me anything? You're too kind. Your type don't usually... Hey, come to see how old Kester's doing, eh? I reckon it's good for them mages. I know what they say about mages, but the Maker made them for a purpose. If you can't trust him, who can you trust? Oh, I can't say that. I'm lucky he's good enough to give... The first enchanter's all right. He's polite as can be. He's a man to be respected, that...
It has begun.
There she is. I'm gonna go talk to her. Look, you gotta back me up here. Got it? You haven't met her, I take it. We parted company under less than friendly terms. Just be ready to pry her off when she throws herself at me. We don't want to make... Are you sure you're not a bait?
Qwinn? Is that you?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Just trying to kick back with a pint.
You're fighting Darkspawn?
Well, someone's gotta do it, you know?
The whole surface to choose from, and you...
Yeah, well, you know, I was thinking...
Oh, so you mean you didn't find another girl willing to put up with you?
It's a sign of affection.
How can I miss him?
You keep saying that.
It's like you can read my mind. Someone called the Chantry. This must be blood magic at work. Oh, the Queen...
Oh, well, it's been...
Don't let the door hit you in the arse. Just take that duster out of here.
That could have gone better. After this thing with the Archdemon's over, might as well rest up while I can. You ready to... Huh? I got a moment. Sure. What about? All right.
Good day.
Good day, and welcome to the Spoiled Princess. Is there something I can get for you? It was my father's idea. Princess decided well, she was... My father died of shock and heart. Welcome back to the Spoiled Princess, of course.
You and your friends are...
Warden, shall we crush something?
We have much to do. Let us be on our way.
You're not looking to get across to the tower, are you? Because I have strict orders not to let anyone pass. Oh, you're a Grey Warden, are you? Prove it. So I'm not good enough for you. Fine. See if you get into the tower on your own. I'll take you right now, just like you wanted. Come along, I suppose.
And I want 2 men stationed within sight of the doors at all times. Do not open the doors without my express consent. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Now we wait and pray. Who are you?
Did it tell him not to go insane? Because he doesn't seem to listen well.
We're dealing with a very delicate situation. You must leave for your own safety. We cannot help, no matter which side of the Civil War you represent. The Circle's fate hangs in the balance, and the Templars that serve it must remain. I am weary of the Grey Wardens. You'll find no allies here. The Templars can spare no men. Abominations and demons stalk the tower's halls. The Circle is lost. The tower has fallen. Creatures of the Fade can use mages to enter our world. A mage in such a spirit's clutches is changed. His flesh twisted, his mind shattered. We don't know. We saw only demons, hunting Templars and mages alike. I realized we could not defeat them and told my men to flee. They took us by surprise. We were prepared for 1 or 2 abominations. Not the... I would destroy the tower, raze it to the ground. But I cannot risk more of my men. The doors remain shut, and... No, we do not mean for the doors to stay closed forever. I have sent word to Denerim, calling for reinforcements and the right of annulment. The right of annulment gives Templars the... This situation is dire. There is no alternative. Everything in the tower must be destroyed so it can be made safe again. No one could have survived those monstrous creatures. It is too painful to hope for survivors and find... nothing. A while ago, and it worries me, the Denerim must have received our message. It cannot be much longer. If, by some miracle, you destroy the... Without word from Denerim, I must determine our course. Surely destroying Darkspawn is a worthy goal. We have nothing to offer. I have heard the tower holds many valuable artifacts. I expect we'll have to consider them lost or destroyed. A word of caution. Once you cross that threshold, there is no turning back. The great doors must remain barred. I will only believe it is over if the first enchanter stands before me and tells me it. May Andraste lend you... Yes, was there something else you wanted? As I said, I do not know. The tower has been quiet for a while. I suppose I have time to answer your question. Carol. He's generally a good lad, but a little... My history does not concern you. I am sure you have better things to do. Do not misunderstand. An unprepared village or town would... And the mages, if any live, I do not...
wonder what's going on.
My wounds! As you say. Burn! It's unbearable!
I wish this were over. We're running low on supplies, and I don't know how much longer we'll last. I certainly hope so. Are you here to...
and they told me everyone was treated the same on the surface.
It has begun. It shall be done. It has begun.
Elf!
Ogren!
I have something to say to you.
I am all ears, as we elves like to say.
Well, now I forgot.
Alas.
Yeah, but just know I had something.
You've had several somethings, I suspect. It's part of your charm.
It shall be done.
It's you. No, Come no further. Grey Warden or no, I will strike you down where you stand. The tower is a place of learning. Young apprentices are always here. But this is no time to discuss that. Why are you here? Why did the Templars let you in? Then you do serve the Templars, as I feared. Do they have the right of annulment? The common good. How can you claim the moral high ground when you propose to slaughter everyone in this tower, even these children? There are always children in the tower. It is a place of learning. So Gregor thinks the Circle is beyond hope. They abandoned us to our fate. But even trapped as we are, we have survived. If they invoke the right, however, we will not be able to stand against them. Let it suffice to say that we had something of a revolt on our hands. When he returned from the battle at Ostagar, he tried to take over the Circle. As you can see, it didn't work out as he had planned. I don't know what became of Uldred, but I am certain all this is his doing. I will not lose the Circle to one man's pride and stupidity. I tried to help the children get out, but the doors were locked. No one responded. I erected a barrier over the door leading to the rest of the tower, so nothing from inside could attack the children. You will not be able to enter the tower as long as the barrier holds, but I will dispel it if you join with me to save this Circle. What? But I told you there are innocent mages still alive who have nothing to do with these demons and abominations. We can search the tower. I will only accept the Circle's loss once I see that no one else lives. No, I know the tower, and I know what we face. And if the Circle is indeed lost, and all the mages dead, I would see this for myself. Petra and Qwinn will watch them. If we slay all the fiends we encounter on our way, none will get by to threaten the children. Petra, Qwinn, look after the others. I will be back soon.
Qwinn, are you sure you're all right? You were so badly hurt earlier. Maybe I should come along.
The others need your protection more. I will be all right. Stay here with them. Keep them safe and calm. If you are ready, let us go end this.
Yes.
Yes.
We have much to do.
Yes? Is there something you wish to discuss? A long story. It all started when I returned from Ostagar. I was in no state to travel, so I stayed at Ostagar to recuperate and help the wounded. When I finally returned here, I found that Uldred had all but convinced the Circle to... I cannot fault the Circle, though. Uldred had a persuasive argument, and how could they have known what happened in Ostagar? Well, I told the first enchanter Irving what Loghain did on the battle. Irving said he would take care of it. He called a meeting to confront Uldred. But something must have gone. They were coming from the meeting room, and it wasn't long before I saw the first abomination running down a mage. It deteriorated quickly then. Mages who are careless in their use of magic may turn into abominations. Something must have gone wrong. Uldred. He never mentored the apprentices, never taught. He didn't seem to care much for the Circle, only his own advancement. I'm sure Uldred has some redeeming qualities. He probably has a perfectly good reason for not displaying them. You have seen the demons, haven't you? But I fear the abominations more. They are no longer human, and are driven only by their lust for destruction. Your confidence is both inspiring and disturbing. Right now, Besides, what is the point of that? One should let one's actions speak for themselves.
am here.
Aye, friend.
You'd like? This won't take long.
I'm here.
It is good to see that some Wardens survived. We are sorry for the loss of your comrades. It is given freely. I cannot help it. Qwinn was at Ostagar. But why speak of Good luck.
I don't suppose this is what you expected the Circle to be like, is it? I keep thinking this is our punishment for being made. Their swords are like the sword of mercy that sent Andraste back to the Maker. I will pray. Oh, come, swift sword, and deliver
Very
me
well.
I will make again.
Look after her, will you? I don't know if she's up to this, especially not after... I just worry. Qwynn's the strongest person I know, but she's only human. This ordeal has been hard on her. Well, you should be on your way. The sooner this is over, the better.
Here we are. I'm somewhat amazed at myself for having kept it in place this long. It made me very weary at times. Be prepared for any...
Ah, excellent. I'll get him riled up with a few choice taunts, and then...
What is this reckless behavior?
No. Maybe.
Well, I suppose a berserk hammer-flinging dwarf would serve very well to...
Exactly. This one has a good head on her. I say we keep her.
All right. Be on your guard.
Again? I'm getting...
I got a moment, sure.
Very well. It shall be done.
Yes? Is there something you wish to discuss? If not, we should hurry.